family, Colombo family, Gambino family, Genovese family, Lucchese family. The दुनिया के top 5 mafia families, the world's all-time top. For them, everything is complimentary. Luxury dining, growing coffee, spa, golf clubs, and learning their language, hand gestures. This means I don't care. But why mafia? Asuso. It's confidential. I'm trying to join a mafia family. If I be a mafioso, all these privileges will be complimentary. And also complimentary to me. Right in the middle of that. Please, mafia. Try to. It's King Folks Club. Don't tell anyone. It's confidential. Left in the pinky ring, it's mafia pente. What pinky? It's all in your mind. Cheers.
That's on the outside. There's a handprint on the outside. Footprints on the porch. And they go across the entire porch right there. I don't know. We are back in the Appalachian Mountains. Guys, we're going to be exploring this place. Going down some trails. Going into some caves. Trails. My bad. This is the start of every horror movie. Holy, we're going to slip and die. Oh, shit. Okay. Careful. Chandler, careful. That was a voice from behind me. Hello? Is anyone down? What is that? Tonight, we are back in the Appalachian Mountains. Guys, we're going to be exploring this place, going down some trails, going into some caves. Luckily for us, we do have this cabin behind us, but it doesn't make us all that safe, because people who have stayed in this cabin have experienced all sorts of crazy things. Hearing taps on the windows late at night, bangs on the doors, hearing voices, footsteps, and... Okay. So that was a whistle. And one of the many rules of the Appalachian is to not whistle, because they'll alert things like that. The guy behind the camera, my good friend Chandler, he tends to do things like that, and we get ourselves in situations like this. It's crazy talk, yeah. Who is that? So like the whistle rule, if you hear a voice, no you didn't. You're supposed to stay on trail. One of the main rules is actually to not explore the Appalachia trails, the mountain itself, from dusk till dawn. It seems we might have lost track of time here, because a little bit. I will say something. Yesterday, it was 70 degrees. Today, frozen tundra. How did this happen? It beats me. Can I see that flashlight for a second? Weather. Guys, I mean, there's trails in that direction. That leads to a cave. There's a trail behind the cabin as well that leads to another cave. Some people believe that these caves might be the homes of some cryptids from the Appalachian Mountains. I don't know. Terrifying. a little bit. I guess we'll find out. But I will say we've been here for the majority of the day. We actually came here early in the daytime. So I think we're going to roll back the footage to when it was bright out. And you can see everything around us. Because I know what you're thinking. Daytime, it can't be that. No. It was terrifying. I was scared for my life. So yeah, guys, get ready for that. If you are excited for this video, you want to see more, hit that like button. Because if this video reaches 30,000 likes, just like the past two, we're going to be dropping a full 7-day-long Appalachian Mountain series. So, power's in your hand, ball's in your court. Good luck. Subscribe to the channel if you have not already. I'm so close to 1 million subscribers. I can only get there with their support. And we have a giveaway going on right now. We have 10 limited edition Ghost and Appalachian Mountain hoodies available for giveaway. All you have to do to enter is like the video, comment hashtag Appalachia down in the comment section, and then share this video on social media, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, etc. Just make sure you tag me. That way me and my team see it. And with that being said, guys, I think we covered the bases on everything. We are so remote. I'm talking, this road behind us, this dirt road, we had to drive maybe 20 minutes.
Yeah, I'd say about 20, yeah.
Yeah. That was just for the entrance of, like, this road. We're not talking just several hour and a half prior to that, but terrifying place. I don't recommend it to my worst enemy. Enemy, if you're out there, don't come here. It's not worth it. It's not. Stay warm. So with those hoodies, we got the extra right now. We didn't plan it. It was 70 yesterday. How are you supposed to prepare for this? I mean, look at me. I look like I'm going to like a high school basketball game. I don't know. So with that being said, guys, let's roll the footage back. Take a look. Guys, I'm alone in the Appalachian Mountains right now. All I have is this candle. And I'm just... That was a voice. Hello? Hello? Who's out there? Hey, Chandler, is that you behind me?
No, it's not. I just got my candles lit.
Well, then who is that? Oh! Where is it? Bro, this is what it sounds like. It sounds like someone has like a guitar and they're like pulling the string. Just like one string, like ding. Look where like one string. I swear to God, it looked like a head tapped around the trail. And then it was like, oh shit! Chandler, go! What the is that? Oh my God, I was driving a machine. Sheila, go, 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 go. Go, 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 Sheila. Oh, careful, careful, come on. Okay, okay. Oh my God. Cool. Sheila, come on. Oh shit. Come on. What the hell is this? Bro, I could have never guessed it would be like this today.
I know.
We've been in the Appalachian Mountains the past 3 nights. It's been 70 degrees to 75 degrees every single day. What is this?
It's literally stuck too.
That's the crazy part. Like it's sticking, which. Well, this is our cabin for the night. The crazy part about this particular area is this cabin is the only, I guess you could say, house, anything within miles. We are so far up here. We had to take this dirt road probably 15 minutes to get to this particular spot. And another cool thing about this location is behind the cabin that way and also this way, there are trails that go all throughout the forest but also lead to caves where people believe are tied to some of the cryptid sightings that people experience out here. Now guys, we're in the Appalachians.
Yep.
That was like, yeah. We're in the Appalachians. You guys know the lore if you don't. Basically a very old, terrifying location. It's so terrifying that it has its own set of like unwritten rules that you have to follow. For example, if you hear whistles, don't whistle back. If you hear a voice, no, you didn't. Stay on the trail, do not go off trail, and also other things like don't split up. Don't explore the forest from dusk till dawn. Don't do a lot of things.
Yeah.
That we are probably going to break tonight.
Right, of course.
As always.
Why not?
Guys, I'm going to fire my spirit box right now. Now, while we're here, and we can actually see from once, we never film in the daytime. Why don't we go down on the trail and just check it out?
Yeah, done.
One thing I do regret, family,
Yeah?
when I was back in New York, it was like 50, 60 degrees. I didn't expect for this kind of weather, so
I didn't either.
if you see why we're dressed like this, Chandler is literally wearing basically the same exact thing I am.
It's got me faced. But I will say, I was dressed first today.
He did. Yeah, okay, whatever. But regardless of... Okay. On my life, it's so much easier to see now. You see where that opening is back there?
Yeah?
I swear to you, it looks like someone just ran past. Okay.
Hello?
Oh, the snow's coming down harder.
Yeah, it is. It sounds like it's raining, bro. This is crazy.
This is insane. Is there anyone out there that wants to communicate with us? My name is Yasko.
I'm Chandler. Your friendly neighborhood magician.
That you are. And guys, the Creek Peak Trail.
Nice.
Excuse me.
Yeah, I'm gonna go this way. That'd be safer.
Smart. So essentially, there is a main Appalachian Trail that stretches through like several different states. I think it's over 2,000 miles, which is around that part. This isn't obviously the main trail, but the story goes for all of us. As a matter of fact, let's take a second here. I want to show you guys some stories about this place because it'll really get down. Hold up. That's not like a voice. Hold up. Is anyone out here? It's crazy how beautiful, yet terrifying this place is. These are not our footprints either, by the way, guys. Which is kind of concerning, not gonna lie.
I mean, at least it's during the daytime right now. Feel a little safer.
We have about an hour of sunlight left, so you know what? Let me just share these stories with you guys. So, the Appalachian Mountains are one of the oldest mountain ranges on Earth, estimated to be 480 million years old. That's crazy. They stretch over 2,000 miles from Alabama all the way to Newfoundland and Canada. But what truly gives Appalachia its eerie reputation isn't its age, it's how vast, isolated, and unforgiving the wilderness is. Entire towns once lived deep in these mountains. Mining communities, logging camps, and families were settled in the hollows. Over generations, people began noticing patterns, strange sounds, unexplained disappearances, and deaths that never quite made sense. What's chilling about the Appalachian lore is that locals rarely tell these stories like campfire tales. They speak about them like rules meant to keep you alive. So, we start off with story number 1. The mountains where people disappear. Every year, people vanish in the Appalachian wilderness. Every year. Hikers, hunters, campers sometimes walk into the mountains and never are seen again. Search teams comb for miles of forest only to find nothing. No footprints, no clothing, no gear. Some cases are unexplainable. The terrain is extremely dangerous. Yeah, a little bit. Steep ravines hidden in the brush, sinkholes and abandoned mine shafts. Avoid that. Sudden weather changes.
Oh, you telling us?
75 yesterday. Snowstorm today. Dense forest where visibility drops to only a few yards. But some disappearances are stranger. There are stories of experienced outdoorsmen who knew the mountains their entire lives, simply vanishing along familiar trips. In certain cases, search dogs lost the scent suddenly, as if the person simply just stopped existing in that one spot. Sometimes rescue workers describe someone suddenly without searching these woods at night. Many say the forest can become eerily silent, as if everything living is suddenly stopped moving. And when that happens, they say the smartest thing you can do is leave the area. Now, the first night we were here, we experienced something that came from the spirit box several times called the Watchers. And we had this really eerie feeling like something was watching us, following us, and we kept hearing like footsteps kind of following us, right? And spirit box goes, well, that's the Watchers. The Watchers are there. And we were like, okay, whatever. This story, the Watchers in the trees. Many people who spend much time in the mountains eventually describe a strange sensation. The feeling that something is watching them from the woods. Hunters in Appalachia have reported moments when the forest goes completely quiet. Birds stop calling, insects stop buzzing, and the air feels strangely heavy. Then becomes a feeling of eyes in the back of your neck. Locals sometimes refer to these unseen presences as the Watchers. No one knows what they are. Some believe that they're spirits.
What was that?
But that sounds like a very, very, very distant cloud. Yeah, like that. Okay. Some believe they are spirits of people who died in the mountains. Miners buried in collapsed tunnels or travelers who never leave home. Others think there's something much older than human history. So it talks about the feeling of being followed, the feeling of all this stuff. I kind of want to get to some of the other things. For example, the whistle, which this guy just loves to do behind the camera. Little channel. Me? The whistle. What do you mean? You hear that, Brandon? Yeah, they did. Literally a second ago, Brandon. And it was so much up there. That's cool. Chandler's going to become a statistic. One of the most widely repeated warnings in the Appalachian since never whistle in the woods at night. What is wrong with you? I'm sorry. No, you're not. Older mountain residents will sometimes refuse to explain why. They simply say something like, whistling tells things where you are.
Interesting. Good to know.
Some campers would know this rule. Claim something unsettling happened shortly afterwards. People who have reported hearing the whistling echo back from deeper in the woods, but slightly different, like it was being copied. Others say the whistle was coming from multiple different directions at once. Cameron, here's what's figuring out. Several missing person cases in remote Appalachian areas began with people being heard calling or whistling for help before disappearing entirely. Next story, the mimic. Another unsettling piece of Appalachian lore involves voices in the woods. Many people who spend time deep in the mountains claim they've heard something calling their name and nobody is nearby. Sometimes the voice sounds like a friend or family member. We both experienced this together. Chandler was walking pretty far behind me, and I heard what sounded like him say, hey. So I turned around and I was like, what's up? And he was like, I didn't say anything. Yeah, you did. You just said, hey. He's like, no, I didn't. And it was just so weird. But search and rescue teams occasionally report strange audio experiences while looking for missing hikers, hearing voices or movement that disappears when they approach. Also a story about things called the knot deer. They're called the knot deer. Essentially, it's kind of similar to like skinwalker lore, where like shape-shifting beings, things that appear like deer or buck, whatever, but only for like a split second you'll notice they'll stand on their hind legs and like, do weird shit. I'd rather not experience that personally, but yeah. There's things called like the hollow lights, there's things called all these things, but guys, that's really it. That's what makes the Appalachians so damn terrifying. Okay, but Florida, did you not hear that? Yeah.
Yeah, I just figured I'd stay like this and stay still.
So, you know how they say not to split up? Yeah. Left or right? That's where you go.
That was closer to nothing, actually. Okay.
Yeah, I'll take one. But just for later.
Actually, that looks like a workout. brother.
Well, guys, listen, this place, I don't always film during the daytime for a couple of reasons. I make horror content, so a lot of people want to see scary stuff. I can't tell you how unsettling it is just standing here even at daytime. It looks beautiful. I'm sure from the comfort of you guys at home, you're like, wow, so beautiful. I'd love to be there. I would gladly switch spots.
Yeah, same.
So yeah, guys, wish us luck tonight. I will say, I am very happy that we do have a cabin tonight because, dude, could you imagine us camping out here like in tents tonight?
That'd be terrible.
We were debating. We were at Walmart and we were like, nah, let's get a cabin. Because guys, I want to explain something to you. Have you seen tent prices these days? Like $150. This was $150.
Insane.
Come on, man. And the crazy part about this cabin as well is people have experienced weird things inside. Like while they're sleeping, they'll hear tapping on the windows, and they'll look outside, but they won't see anything. Sometimes people have reported seeing like glowing red eyes from like the trail, which is terrifying, mind you.
Yeah.
What was that?
I don't know. That was very loud. It was like a...
Oh, okay. We don't have much of that either. The cabin is lower, and we couldn't tell.
Dude, that almost sounded like a gunshot or like something like, bang.
You know what it did sound like to me? I'm gonna be honest with you. It's like something hit the car, like the side of the car. Could you imagine someone stole the car? We're stuck in it. That would be terrible. Oh man. All right. Well, at least we got a nice little pool to go swimming later.
Yeah,
I mean, just take a look at this. Just take it all in.
Holy. This is sick.
It is.
It's gonna be so scary at night though.
Yeah. The best part? I just wish we dressed better.
Yeah,
I didn't get a tattoo. I also wish that many things that are playing into this right now because I'm so cold.
Just be a man.
Yeah.
Act.
Now that we're men. All right. Well, let's go grab our bag. We'll bring them inside and we'll show you around the cabin because, yeah, even inside of there, it seems like people can't escape the Appalachian. All right, guys. So we just brought all our stuff in, and this is home.
Hey, Jazz. Again?
What?
There's one bed up here.
Oh no.
Brother.
How does it keep happening?
You gotta stop doing this.
There's another bed.
Alright, that's yours.
Okay, that's fine. Okay. It's probably my size, isn't it?
That's true.
I mean, I actually might sleep on the couch. It's right in front of the wood-burning stove and whatnot. But yeah, this is what is it with people in Appalachia that just all this lore and everything, and they just refuse to get curtains? Am I crazy?
That's true.
Why? So I want to show you guys another thing. There's a trail back here that actually leads to one of the caves. People believe might be the home of said Christians. The famous well, what do you think, Ken? I think it's pretty strict. Yeah, for now. So I'm genuinely terrified because Appalachia is terrifying all day long. But when the sun goes down, it's a different animal. There's a reason why one of the main rules of this place is do not go into the trail, into the mountains, or anywhere for that matter, from dusk till dawn. We've been promoting this series for quite a while on Facebook now, and a lot of people have been commenting about their own personal experiences. There's a lot of people who say they live along small towns, ghost towns, right along the main Appalachian Trail. And some of them say that when it's 7, 8 o'clock in the summertime, when they're about to set, they go inside and that's it. They do not come outside anymore. Because that's here, and people are in the trail, they're sitting in the camp. Seeing the need to say figures kind of walking over them from the trails or food, or some people hearing things from the windows right now. I never get tired. But if all goes wrong, we grab that, you grab that side, I grab that side, and we just run the thing.
That sounds kind of crazy. I think there's dust and then we miss.
If we miss, we will miss. That's a one-stop hit.
Wait. I think it's me.
I'll sit on it, you drag me. On my life, if you could get a rope, I'll tie it to the back of the You want to do it? You want to do it? Let's do it. Okay, guys, if you don't see that afterwards, something went horribly wrong. If you do, it's going to be fun. But apart from that, realistically, I'm not much more organization now. I might just relax a little bit into the sunset. We are going to be those guys that do go off into the trails and caves and all that. In the sunset. So if you guys are enjoying the Appalachian Series, this is part 3 of this current Appalachian Series. Make sure to smash that like button. If the series as a whole is 30,000 likes on all 3 videos, we're going to be coming back and filming a full week-long Appalachian Series. Several different states from all the hot spots, ghost towns, you name it. Let us know, guys. Smash that like button. 36. It's a high number, I know, but it'll be worth it. Content-wise, experiences-wise, might not be that much, but yeah. And also, if you have any like lore, Appalachia lore, Appalachia stories of your own that you want to share, please comment it down in the comment section below. Because when we do come back, I'm gonna say when because I know you guys are expressing support. I would love to share them in the future series, and also I'll shout you guys out. So, with that being said, we'll see you guys. Alright, boy. The sun is setting. It's time to head to the cave. Positive. We're like, dude, in a cave. Yeah, we're positive. We're about to go head to the cave. So, Chandler took a little bit of a stroll. Yeah, we kind of know exactly where it is, right? Yeah, we could say it like that. We'll find it. But, listen. Yeah, you went there. Yeah, I did. We kind of wanted to go a little bit earlier before it got pitch black out, just in case. Chandler said the terrain wasn't the best, and obviously, why did you do that? I don't know. Maybe. I mean, to be straight up, the trail is treacherous. Okay, weird, my bad. Come on, man. Pushing me out of the way. Exploring the unknown. Yeah, we are. You mind holding the camera for a sec? I'm gonna go into this spear box here. At least it remains sight. Now, we were looking into this lore a little bit about the cryptids here. A lot of people don't know exactly what it is. Obviously, Appalachia stretches through several states. Some goes through Virginia, West Virginia, and each state kind of has its own little cryptid stories. Like, for example, the Mothman. You'll hear all those things. Some people believe that there's like these shape-shifting beings, like skinwalkers up here, Bigfoot. We don't know. Obviously, all of it sounds terrifying, you know, but it's not summoned here. Most likely, we're talking about the cryptids. They're saying it was summoned here. Holy. Okay, I see what you mean by treacherous.
Yeah, I'll show you in a few minutes where I was at earlier, where I heard some interesting noises.
What's here?
I heard a woman twice.
Yes, you forgot to mention that.
Well, I figured I'd show you when we get out here where it was.
This guy.
I didn't want to scare you when we were inside.
That's vital information to a story.
Yeah, I was filming and stuff, and then boom.
Oh my goodness. Wow, dude, one wrong step there.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Garnered. Anyways.
Yeah, anyways. Wish I had sleeps or something.
Dude, I know. Is that the cave right there?
So that's the waterfall, and I think there is a cave in there. And then up there also looks like a kind of cave.
Alright. Ghosties? If there's anybody here, can you give us some sort of sign? Okay. Thank you. So I'm assuming we stopped here, huh?
Yeah.
Fair enough, because I have no idea where to go.
That's what I was kind of under the impression of earlier. I think we just keep going around to your left there, but I didn't want to make the first crack, you know, in this deep snow.
Yeah, fair enough. Guys, I'm so curious who down in the comments thinks that they'd be able to do this, like survive the night out here in the Appalachians. I genuinely I'm so curious. I want to take a quick little video of this because this is crazy. There's a cave over there. We're about to go into under the waterfall. But yeah, one wrong step and we're goners still.
Yeah, we're done so.
Anyways. Ah, there's a twig in my boot. No, got it. I just heard a branch. Oh my god, look at that up there on top of the rock. That scared the shit out of me. I don't know if you can see that.
It looks like something perched over like a gargoyle.
Yeah. Oh my god.
Holy.
Okay, careful here.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to grab the camera from you, I think.
Okay. Oh, I'm gonna get my crotch all wet.
Won't be the last time.
Alright.
Sorry. Maturity.
Right. Lock in.
Oh my. Oh no, we're literally caving. We are actually caving.
Did you bring your cave diving gear?
Of course, always. No, I didn't. What does a cave diving do?
I don't know. I've never been cave diving. I wouldn't really know.
Okay.
This spot looks safe.
Okay. Hello? Anyone in there? Anything in there?
You want to show the people in there?
Yeah, give me some like Jeepers Creepers vibes. I know it's a little loud right now, guys. Your unemployed friends on a Monday. It's us. All right, hold on. Try not to die here.
Yeah.
Okay. Come on in. Someone had like a little campfire there. Looks like someone was having like a little fire here.
Oh yeah. Like a skinwalker fire.
Yeah, that's a thing for sure.
Yeah, I've never seen one personally.
Okay, well, wait. Bro, I didn't even hear this.
What?
Oh, he killed me? Heading in the direction of the sunset. Okay. Oh my goodness.
Hopefully we are not in that direction.
Yeah, hopefully. Hello? Oh, that goes far. Look.
Does it?
Nah, maybe it's an optical illusion. All right. If there's anybody here that wants to communicate with us, please come forward, give us some sort of sign. We're gonna. What is that? Hello? It sounded like a voice.
No one, yeah, this is kind of where I heard the female voice though, over this way.
Really?
On this side of the waterfall.
Okay. What type of female?
It was like up, above.
What a librarian?
You know, female.
Okay. Noted. Alright, Can you whistle?
Well, are you asking me to whistle?
Yeah, I am.
Oh, you guys heard it here first. I got a raindrop in my eye. Or maybe not raindrop, whatever's dropping. Oh, that's quite disgusting.
Yeah.
Ah,
I got some like disease from like the 1300 BC era.
blast. 1300 BC. Man.
Alright, well. Listen, we want to know if it's true about the cryptids. Whoa, 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 whoa! I just saw something move up there. Wait, can you move for a second?
Yeah, yeah.
No, wait, what did this just say? It said Renee. Bro, it said Renee and then infringements.
Oh, okay.
Wait, if we're hearing a woman's name.
Right. Renee?
He killed me. Renee, what if we're hearing someone who died here from one of the deaths that happened, undocumented deaths from murders?
Ooh.
Renee, do you know who killed you or how you were killed? What's the last thing that you remember?
So when I heard the girl's voice, I heard hi, and then I heard hello. But I don't know if hello was help maybe from a distance, because you can't hear it like that great, but like, I don't know, I really thought it was hello, but now that we're hearing all this, it might have been help.
It very well might have been.
Fire number 2.
It's so like unsettling here.
Yeah.
Obviously we're in a cave in the Appalachian Mountains. I understand that. But right now I can't shake the feeling that we're being watched, that we're being followed the entire time. And like one of the rules of the Appalachians is to not look too hard in the trees, because you will see something that frankly you don't want to see. But I can't help myself when I have that. Only way I can describe it, like when you're back in school and you're sitting in front of class and you have that feeling that like someone's like watching you or looking at you. So you turn around and they are. It's like that natural human instinct. I have that all the time here. Whistle, whistle, whistle. Yo. Apocalypse. Okay. That was a whistle. I can't see anything.
I know. I'll just see if there's anything on top of this, you know?
Is this the only way back?
Yeah. What?
Visit my grave. Oh. Okay, could you point us in the direction of where your grave is?
It's under? Ooh.
I'm just looking. You never know.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
I don't even want to look up.
We should go check out the other cave as well.
Yeah.
I don't know, bro. Like, it's not far-fetched. Like, we're so far up in the mountains. It's not like, if I had to assume where, if a cryptid did exist, where it would be.
Saying, yeah.
All right. I know it's pretty loud right now, guys. You can't hear us. Give us 1 sec. We're going to cross over again. Okay, the camera. Bro, oh my god. Hold on. What did the speed box just say?
What?
Old mine. Bro, if that rock comes down, oh my god. Look up. Oh my god. Yeah, let's get out of here. Holy. Oh man. So, some terrifying information for us. Probably very entertaining information for you. There are several trails. The road that we drove in from, there's trails galore that we will be going down, investigating. We could probably even drive to some of them. Probably wouldn't be a bad idea. Would probably be a good idea to have like a getaway option. You know what I mean? Yeah, if need be. Dude, this is insanity. It's getting dark. A little bit. And I have a real bad feeling about being out here when it gets a little too dark. Yeah, I'll switch with you. Yeah. Let me make sure that we're going back the same way.
If it looks justifying, then we are. Fair. Very.
Whoa. Just here. How's it?
Donna?
Donna, can you give us a sign to let us know you're here? or Renee. And okay, that was a branch. It's like a branch that's across the ravine.
It's over above the cave area.
Okay, we're getting to the point where we literally cannot see.
I know.
You think the snow would help us in a way?
The sky looks really cool if that means anything.
Aesthetically, it does.
Yeah.
That's about it. Coming to snow again.
Yep.
It's so mind-blowing to me. Oh, this is hail. This is hail. Yeah.
Stop it!
We're gonna get a thunderstorm too tonight. Or what else is gonna happen? Hold on. What else could possibly go wrong?
Okay, thanks. Come on. Great.
Now there's like a branch from straight ahead. Why is it getting down so hard? Oh my god. I just saw something moving on their shadow. Swear to God, hold on. Take my phone out. Guys, this is terrifying. It's insane. Okay, so what I want to do right now is I want to take a couple night shot photos. So, camera, if you could just turn the light to the opposite direction.
Yeah, I got you.
Okay. Spirits, if you can show yourself in my photo, please come forward and do so. I'll take one from behind you. I'll put these on screen, guys. Wow, it's dark when you're not showing the light, but dude, look how much it illuminates everything. You're just able to like see everything.
Just gotta lock over out.
Yeah, next time I come up. Jesus! Oh my god, why is it a blizzard? What is this? What the fuck? This is the start of every horror movie.
Holy, we're gonna slip and die.
Don't say that.
I feel like Sam. I feel like I have a white beard right now.
Oh my god, I just saw something.
Keep going.
Oh, shit! Okay. Chandler, careful. It's just that hiding in daylight, we don't have much of that left. Bro, let's get back to the cabin. This isn't safe right now, dude.
100%.
Listen to the wind picking up.
I know.
This is literally like a freaking movie. Okay. Whoa, careful. Just a cable.
But I gotta shake off.
Just a little like that. Holy, I did a good job. Oh, your hair went from orange to like white. Get old. Yeah, oh, we were in a different dimension out there. Man. Yes, today did age me. It did. Okay, listen guys, if the storm lets up again, which hopefully it does, we're not obviously in the deck. You can hear the wind from the It's crazy. Wow, it is very easy. Like actually, I mean, take a look at how it was before, now if I turn the lights off, you can still kind of see outside. Maybe if whatever's out there doesn't know that we're looking at them, who's saying no?
Who said no?
No? Okay. If you guys see me out there, let me know.
There's a couch right here, in case you're wondering.
Yeah, I kind of ran into it.
Can't see anything.
So that goes towards the trail we went to when it's daylight. I'm probably gonna head back there later. It's kind of terrifying when you can see everything. Okay. Listen, guys. That was terrifying. But I'm back in here. Actually, as a matter of fact, why don't we investigate this here too? Because, man, I mean, people experience weird stuff in here. And in a sense, too, I mean, the when is sold, warranted, whatever you want to call it. Let's give that a shot and see what that is. It's an activity, so wish us luck. Alright guys, so it's time for us to do some balloon challenges. Like dead? No. Okay, well. Chandler, do you want to join me in your car? Okay, how about this? I'm gonna go outside for a little bit, then I'm gonna get in the car, I'm gonna drive down the road for a bit, and kind of see if maybe I can clean something on the trail by myself. I'll do that. Make it up now. Chandler's gonna do a full-on ghost hunt here, because a lot of people have had crazy experiences in here. And then I'll probably do something in here as well, but it's probably talking about both of us, car and cabin. Holy. Bring him. Okay. I have a thermal camera over there, because I bet it's very spooky. I'm not doing any night vision stuff tonight. Absolutely not. It's okay. It's for the best. Wait a second, I was gonna go out there without my phone. Who do I think I am? No way. Oh, lock me out, buddy. At least the snow kind of stopped, right? Oh, but the wind's picking up. Yeah.
You need anything else from this side?
I hate you. Did you hear the speedbox said? I hate you. Yeah. He probably does hate me. Oh my goodness. Thanks. Good luck to you as well. That is literally... Okay. Would it be a dumb idea to stop the car? I'm gonna stop the car. Thanks. Thanks. Yeah. I'll go down there and look good. Because there's trails all around this place to do. Hello, Jordan. We're talking about cryptids? We're talking about which? Okay. Cars on. Oh my god. This is truly like something out of a horror movie. I'm gonna go on this trail. As you can see, our footprints that are here earlier completely covered now. Spirits, if there's anyone that wants to come through and communicate with me, please come and do so. You know, I was going to do something tonight. There's a couple of things that people do out here with their headlights, where they're flashing 6 times, and they say that on the 6th flash that something will hurt it. So, maybe the thing that I'm trying, and I guess now I have a reason for it. Not that I didn't have a reason for it before, but now I have like a flash for it. I don't think it's crazy. Right? Oh, hello? Who's out here? That is cool. Okay, tell me more. What was Tim addicted to? I'll be honest with you, I'll tell you what addicted mine. Energy drink. I gotta stop. The poor heart can't take it. But, do you want to open up and talk to me, Timothy? Is that how you pass? Due to an addiction? Oh, that stump right there scared the hell out of me. I thought it was like a little gremlin, munchkin thing. So one thing you're not supposed to do is whistle. Can't really do that. I just never got the grip of whistling. However, one thing I could do is sing. So, no, I can't sing, but I can't sing well. Here I go. Country roads take me home to a place I belong. West Virginia, Mount Mama. What the hell was that? Must not like the song? I know I'm not supposed to do it, but... What was that? Alright, it's time. It's time! Okay. So, got the thermal gun on. Been really beneficial for this trip. Been able to see a lot of things that you can't really see with the human eye. And now that it's snowing, obviously we're running the thermal right now. It's going to adjust here in a second. A lot of red. I'm going to switch over to I swear I just saw something behind the tree there. Focus. Oh my. Whoa! Yo, what's up there? God, gosh, this is terrible. Can you walk across the path right now for me? If there's anyone out there, use your energy. Guys, I'm shaking. Cold? But I'm not only cold, I'm shaking. You can see what's on the shaking side. Nothing that I got. Tree knot. Who's up there? Oh, again. Tree knot again. Okay, can we put it on? Okay, don't really have any on me but this flashlight, so I'm trying this. I hear you in the distance. Can you replicate this noise? Ah!
दर्शन करेंगे रथ यात्रा स्वरूप आमर ताहा एकमात्र काम लक्ष्य आपण माने हमको सहाय्य करंतु बैरिकेड रे बाहर को चली जांतु वर्तमान बैरिकेड रे बाहर को चलंतु एठी रही आपण निज को
थैंक यू वेरी मच
गौरवान्वित मने करंतु आपण माने आगो को चलंतु बैरिकेड रे बाहर को चलंतु लुहा बैरिकेड रे बाहर को चलंतु एठी हमको स्पेस दियंतु जगह दियंतु आपण माने आगो को चलंतु जगह छाड़ी दियंतु एठी
This is terrible. I can literally only use this mobile. That is just thing. I hear footsteps in front of me. If there's anybody out there, straight ahead, can you come forward? Can you walk towards me? Why all the noise? Dragon is nuts? Why do I keep hearing things from off the trail? It's never on the trail. It's like it's trying to lure you in further. I don't like that at all. Let's keep going. Hey, can we turn the wind down? Holy guacamole. Okay. Unwilling, yeah, despair. A lot of that going on. I really want to fix my flashlight. It's kind of dumb right now. I can't really see much except through like a... What the hell is going on? Is it working? Guys, my camera just shut off for literally no reason. I had to put it down here to like change the battery and try to do that. In the meantime, I kind of fixed my light. It's barely like moving up and down, but it's kind of... What is going on? What just made my device shut off? My camera. God, it's just terrifying. You ever so scared sometimes you just laugh like maniacally? Because you realize, yeah, this might be it. Posted! Yeah, this is all, once again, butchery. Right. Yeah. So that leads down to the creek. I'm not supposed to go off trail, but, you know, I'm not supposed to do a lot of things. Now listen guys, this might be stupid. This might be my final video. Denise haunts the car. It's saying Denise. Just saying Denise because it's like AI could go. It's supposed to be smart. Okay. Guys, I'm fucking terrified. This genuinely might be the scariest thing in my life. Okay, so there's a little opening right here. There's a creek. Guys, I have no idea what's going on. My camera just like turned off again. I don't know if it's just cold or it's something here causing us to do this, but I think I'm gonna head back to the car because now I just noticed my camera light's on one battery. There's 3 little battery pieces on the last battery. The camera, I'm freaking out because obviously I'm far now, I'm alone, and this other flashlight is damn near broken as well, so I'm gonna head back to the car, and at the very least, we could take the car down the trail a little bit and maybe figure out why it wanted me. Denise haunts the car, died in a fire. Did you die in like a fiery car crash, Denise? No? You what I'm doing. Okay. That's great news. Never give up. Okay. That was a voice from behind. Oh, hello? Is anyone down there? What is that? Okay. Oh, okay. I'm just gonna slowly. I don't want to freak out. I don't want to draw attention to my shoulders. Just like this. Okay. What's the worst that can happen, I guess? Okay, I swear to you, I just heard like footsteps crunching in the snow. Okay. Okay, see the lights of the car. Around in the corner. But I swear to you, it sounds like someone walking behind me. Denise, is this you? What? Let's get back to the car. Oh boy. Duck. Okay, so I see Chandler. It's flashlights over there. I'm gonna head to the car now. My hands are frozen. Back in the car. I'm a little scared. Walking the door. Like it's told me to. Like it told me to. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Okay. Did you just realize what it said? Okay. I've never heard it like connect different words like that before. So it said Jesus, Lord and Savior, fall. Bro, my camera won't focus right now. Hello? Oh no, what's going on with the camera? Alright guys, I think my camera's working again. Hopefully it is. I hope something isn't messing with it. It's a very expensive camera, a very expensive lens. It's supposed to be able to endure these sorts of temperatures. I filmed in minus 15 degrees Fahrenheit, in fact. I feel like maybe something out here is just causing me to have all these problems. I don't know. But I'm currently in the car. What I'm going to do is I'm going to drive forward a little bit, go in reverse, and actually I think there's a turnaround back here. And when you go down, a burning smell? Oh my god, Denise died in a fire. Okay, I want to try that like quality control thing I was telling you guys about. And basically what I'm going to do here, I'm probably going to turn the camera on so you guys can see the road. I think it's a good idea. And then, oh my gosh, it's terrifying, okay? Look at this. Oh my gosh! Burning smell, burning flame. Let's go reverse. Okay. I don't like that at all. And it's like, so you guys see right now where we had to drive to get here. And it's maybe 20 minutes of this. We could have never expected the weather to be how it was tonight. What was that? What was that? Where's that dude going? I don't know what the hell that was. Okay, that's gonna hurt. Let's keep going. Let's go to the quick. What the fuck is going on? Oh, what is going on? Oh my god, I'm freaking out right now. I don't like this guy in the slightest. I don't like this. Oh my god. Is he moving? Okay, I gotta stop this one because I'm genuinely freaking out. This is Appalachia. Is there anyone out there? Can you please use your energy with my device? I'm setting scattered green. Okay guys, so here's the content, and I think I found the perfect spot to do this headlight sort of visual experiment thing. So right in front of me, it dips down, and so it's down to further down the road. And behind me is obviously the path back to the cabin. So I think it would be a good idea to do that thing. Now, before I do any of that, I'm going to sit here and I'm not using spear box, okay? Just to ask a couple questions. I'm not using it for microphone. That way I can ask a bunch of questions and hopefully get them answers on a more frequent basis. Now, as far as this spirits, if there's anyone out here, can you please make yourself known, use your engine to my device, or anything to let me know that it's communicated. Here we go. Is there anyone here with me? Welcome. Denise, are you here with me? Yeah. Denise, you said you died in a fire. Did you die in a bad car accident? Okay. I'm so sorry to hear that, Denise. It seems like there's something else here at the park, Denise. Denise, is there anything out here that you want to warn me of? Whatever it said something very similar to the comedy. I don't like that. Are we safe in the mountains? No. How many people have died in the mountains? Should I do this headlight ritual? Will you show yourself if I do it? Okay. I'm gonna do it, okay? I want you to use your energy and show yourself. Walk in front of my vehicle. Is there any last words you want to say before I turn this off? Flash twice? Okay, is that saying maybe it'll show itself on the second flash? Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to put back on the micrometer, so hopefully it kind of just doesn't... I'm not a compass, right? Sorry, I can't punch it. Sorry, that was very aggressive. I'm scared, right? I'm scared. Okay, so what you're supposed to do, roll your window down. No, one window. I hear some bolts on it. Let me turn you guys around. Okay. Whatever's out there, I want you to show yourself in front of my car. I'm going to turn my lights off. Oh my God. Okay. I'm going to flash my lights 6 times. I want you to show yourself after I turn them on once, okay? Here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, Okay, that was relieving. So I don't know, I wanted to kind of get some space with him because I didn't know like what was going to go on from him for like quit writing over here. But here we go. Oh, stop! Oh my gosh. That's why I said it was a longer thing. It hasn't said a thing. It hasn't said a thing since I started the whistle, which is God, I hate being out here, man. Seriously.
ଭକ୍ତ ବନ୍ଧୁମାନେ ଜଗନ୍ନାଥଙ୍କ ରଥ ସାମ୍ନାରେ ଯେଉଁ ଭକ୍ତ ବନ୍ଧୁମାନେ ଆସିଛନ୍ତି ରହୁଛନ୍ତି ଛିଡ଼ା ହୋଇଛନ୍ତି ବୟସ୍କ ବ୍ୟକ୍ତିମାନେ ଅଛନ୍ତି ଆପଣଙ୍କ ମଧ୍ୟରେ ସାନ ପିଲାମାନେ ଅଛନ୍ତି ସେମାନେ ବି ସଡ଼କର ସହିତ ରଥଯାତ୍ରା ଦେଖିବାକୁ ଆସନ୍ତି ସେମାନେ ଚିନ୍ତା କରନ୍ତୁ ପିଲା ଠେଲା ପଡ଼ନ୍ତୁ ନାହିଁ
Oh my God. Burning. Again. It's been talking about that. If you can put the pieces of probably better than this one, guys, we're going to be Okay, so that means that they're not doing that. I wonder if they're back at the cabin. Okay, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go back to the cabin. I really want to investigate in there as well. Then I'll go from here right now. And as a matter of fact, the time I'm going to give that a shot too. I swear to God. Hold on. After this, I'm going back to the cabin. Because maybe that's what they need. Oh! What the? What was that? What was it? What the? Oh, oh. Okay, guys, I'm gonna put the camera down because I have to go back in reverse to the cabin, and I want to make sure I can do that properly and also fast. So that was pretty damn scary. I honestly have no idea what those noises were coming from deep within the forest, and even when I was going down the trail, I was hearing voices, whistles, my camera was malfunctioning. It was so strange, and honestly, at this point, I just wanted to get back to the cabin and reconnect the channel, kind of just share experiences with one another. And the thing is, he was experiencing crazy too. Like he was hearing walking around the cabin, he was hearing clear the footsteps, voices, and as a matter of fact, you'll hear him share his experiences in a little bit here. But man, before we do continue, because shortly after this, we decided to go to bed. And don't worry, we set up some cameras while we were sleeping, and we caught some pretty crazy things. But before we get to that point, I want to share this email that I received from a viewer of the channel. Now, this is pretty crazy, because this is someone who's also went camping in the Appalachian Mountains with a group of friends, and they're experiencing very similar things to me. So I just want to explain to you guys. This isn't just like a one-off experience. These are patterns that happen in the mountains. These are very common things that people see. That's why there's a set of rules. You know, the whistle, the use voice, and dance, don't drop the club. All these pretty common sense rules, I think, but at the same time, there's a reason why local stress this. Because some people didn't follow these rules, they went off the trail, for example, and then missing, right? So I want to share with you guys this email. It's a little long, so get some snacks, get some drinks, get comfortable, because this is crazy. But before I do share with you that, what I want to do first is share with you the most common things that people experience here in the mountains. And then you can pretty much see this basically encountered all of these over the past couple months. So yeah. Anyways, number one, familiar voices and words. One of the most common and most unsettling things people report is hearing someone they know calling out them. Not a random voice, not something distant, but a voice that sounds exactly like a friend, a family member, even someone who isn't there. People say they're hearing an ambient voice in the shooting. Sometimes it sounds calm, sometimes soothing, but when they go to check it out, it's there. In the previous part was, a lot of people say the voice doesn't sound quite right. Like it's trying to sound human, but it's slightly off. Just enough to make your stomach drop. So, once again, this is something that we've experienced, especially in the second in the Appalachian Mountains, part 2. We were hearing things like, Chandler was pretty far away from me, and I swear to you, it sounded like he was calling out to me. So I was like, hey Chandler, what's going on? I couldn't hear anything. And in my head, I'm like, what's going on? What am I hearing? And yeah, it's pretty cool. The link to that is, but number 2. Footsteps circling left side down. I remember things that comes up constantly, especially in campers, is the sound of footsteps moving around the campsite. Not running, not running, just slow, controlled. People describe it as something pacing them, staying just outside the light of fire, just out of sight. And every time someone shines a flashlight into the trees, there's nothing there. But the second the light goes away, the footsteps start again, sometimes closer. And this kind of ties into some of the beliefs that people have in regards to what it is that's kind of lurking under these forests, these mountains. Some people call them the watchers, some people call them the deer. They believe that they're deer that aren't a deer. Does that make sense? Like shape-shifting beings. I don't know, this place is crazy, guys. Number 3, screams from deep in the forest. There are countless reports of people hearing screams up into the mountains at night. Not quick screams, not animal noises, but long out, human-like screams. Some people say it sounds like someone in pain. Others say it feels like a warning. But the strangest part, no matter how far the sound seems, no one ever finds its source. It's almost like it's trying to lure you in, right? And this is something that we've experienced too over our 7 months in the Appalachians. It was almost like we would hear noises coming from way off the main trail, and your curiosity peaks because you're like, okay, I really want to see what that is. In part 2, I heard someone call for help off the main trail. And where we were, the parking area was, all that, we were doing we haven't seen a soul for that entire day. So to hear someone calling out for help was pretty terrifying, because as a human, the natural instinct is like, okay, someone needs my help, I want to go help out. But then you're like, okay, what if it's not a person? You know what I mean? Terrifying. Number 4, music where there should be none. This one is rarer but way more disturbing. People have reported hearing music coming from deep within the woods, usually late at night, usually far from any trails or at a campsite. It's often described as faint, old-sounding, almost like it's coming from broken radio or something just barely holding the signal. And when people try to follow it, it either disappears or leaves them somewhere they really wish they hadn't gone. And this is something that we've also experienced personally in the Appalachian Mountains. Just take a look at this. I'm genuinely not trying to freak out right now. We are up in the Appalachian Mountains, we're miles away from civilization, and we are hearing what sounds like singing or music or something in that direction. Listen. No! Bro, my eyes are like watering right now. Good. I must remind you, cabin is usually where it's from, right? Yeah. Apart from that, there's nothing around us. Nothing, no one. Just to get to the gas station took a 25-minute drive. Do feral people use radios? it's so hard to really explain that because when you're reading back at that, it's so disturbing. Like, I tried to put like a logic on it, right? Now, here's the thing with the internet. When I posted that video, a lot of people were like, oh, it's just someone else's campsite. You know, stop blowing things out of proportion. We were the only people that should have been there within like miles, right? Where we were was a little campsite where a cabin was that we rented out, several acres. We didn't go too far from the cabin, and when we were looking at maps, there was not a single campsite, there was not a single house, cabin, anything else that should have been in that general area where the music was coming from. Very strange, very weird. I genuinely don't have an answer as to what the hell that was. Feral people. Number 5, being watched and never seen. A lot of hikers and campers talk about this overwhelming feeling of being watched. Not paranoia, not imagination, but a very real, very heavy feeling that something is observing them from the tree line. People say they look out into the woods and feel like something is just standing there, perfectly still, waiting. But no matter how long they stay, they never actually see it. Oh, gosh. I hate that. Number 6, people that don't act like people. Some stories don't involve creatures or sounds, but other people. Groups that appear out of nowhere deep in the woods, watching, silent, sometimes aggressive. Some hikers say they've been followed, others say they've been willing to leave. And there have been many stories of people setting up strange objects like dolls, markings on trees, or makeshift structures far off the main trails. No one really knows if these people are trying to protect something or keep others from finding it. So I think that would have to kind of tie into like the feral people kind of thing. It's one of those things where it's really hard for me to believe too, but spending some time in the Virginias, in Tennessee, in Kentucky, this is a very, very, very common thing that people talk about, locals especially, people saying that they've experienced these feral people. So with that being said, I'm going to go back up to the beginning where I was going to explain to you this email that I received. So, thank you, by the way, Kevin, for this email. I appreciate you very much. Thank you for supporting the channels. You are awesome. It says right here, I've been watching your videos for a while now. Thank you. And after what happened to me this last fall, I figured I'd finally send this in to you, considering that you guys are going through camping really well. Now listen, I don't scare you. I've camped my whole life. State parks, deep woods, even off-trail spots where you won't see another person for days. But what happened in the Appalachian Mountains, I still think about almost every night. This was late October. There were 4 of us. Me, my brother Tyler, and my friends Mason and Drew. We picked a spot that wasn't on any official campsite map. Tyler found it through some old hiking forums, just coordinates and a few comments saying it was quiet and undisturbed. Looking back, I think there's a reason for it. We got there around 3 in the afternoon. The hike was longer than we expected. Almost 2 hours to escape the woods. No clear trail, just broken deer tracks and old markers and all these trees that looked like they hadn't been touched in years. The forest felt off. Not scary at first, but just quiet in a way that didn't feel natural. No birds, no wind, nothing. Just our footsteps and the occasional snap of a tree. Mason even joked, dude, it's like the forest is buffering or something. We laughed at it. Good old Mason, you know? Gotta have a Mason over here. With the comic relief that followed it into podcast. I hope you're we set up camp in small clearings surrounded by tall, thin trees. The kind where trunks go straight up forever and block out most of the sky. There was an old fire pit already there. Stone blackened like it'd been used a lot, but not of recent. That should have been our first red flag, because if no one comes out here, we built it. Night came fast, unnaturally fast. 1 minute it was dusk, and the next it felt like someone flipped a switch and the woods just swallowed the light. We got a fire going, started cooking, playing music quietly off the speaker, and that's when Tyler said something weird. He asked, "Is this you?" We all stopped. Nothing. Then he goes, "I thought I heard someone say my name." We all immediately assumed he was messing with us. Mason even said it was probably an echo or something, but Tyler didn't laugh. He just stared out into the trees. About an hour later, it started. Footsteps. Slow and deliberate, circling us. At first we thought it was an animal, but the pattern didn't make sense. It wasn't random, it was consistent. Like something's walking around the edge of the camp just out of sight. Crunch, pause, crunch, pause. Drew grabbed his flashlight and pointed it toward the trees, and nothing. Sorry. No reflection, no movement, but the second we lowered the light, crunch again, on the opposite side. We all felt it that shift. The moment where everyone realized at the same time that something isn't right. We tried to ignore it, stayed by the fire, and kept talking, tried to keep the energy up, but then Mason's phrase mid-sentence. He whispered, "Do you hear that?" And that's when we all heard a voice, faint, distant, coming from somewhere deep into the woods. Hey, it sounded like Drew, exactly like Drew. Same tone, same pitch, but Drew was sitting right next to me. No one said anything for a few seconds, and then the voice came again. "Hey, over here." This time it sounded closer, but it sounded wrong. Like it was trying to sound human, but couldn't quite get it right. The words dragged just too slightly and just too long, like someone learning how to speak by copying someone else. Drew stood up immediately. "That's not funny. Who's out there?" No response, just silence. Then, screaming. Far off at first, like someone deep in the forest just letting out this long, broken scream. It didn't sound like fear, it sounded like pain, or a warning. We were gone, completely gone. We started packing up, throwing things into bags, and not even caring if we left stuff behind. And that's when we heard the music. It was faint, it was soft, like an old radio playing somewhere far off the trail. It didn't make any sense. We were miles away from anything. No campsites, no roads, nothing. It was there. A slow, almost cheerful tune. The kind of music that doesn't belong in the middle of pitch black woods. I remember screaming music that you can justify playing or hearing in the deep pitch black woods of America. That's funny. Tyler said something I'll never forget. He said, "That's not for us." We all just looked at him, and Mason, being Mason, goes, "Well, it is." And before anyone could stop him, he started walking towards it. We followed, and honestly, I don't even know why we did. It just kind of felt automatic. Like the curiosity just overpowered our fear for a second. We grabbed our flashlights and pushed through the trees, heading towards the sound. But the deeper we went, the quieter everything else got. No footsteps behind us anymore. No one, and that music. After maybe 2 minutes of walking, we found it, or at least where it was coming from. There was a small opening in the trees, and in the center, there was a single chair, old, wooden, worn down, facing away from us. And sitting on the ground next to it was a small radio, playing music. No one was there. Mason stepped forward first. "Okay, this is messed up, guys." And as soon as he said that, we heard a loud crash snap behind us. Then a voice came out. "Please." We all turned at the same time, and it was done. Footsteps started again, faster this time, not circling, but almost as if it was closing in. We ran far. I've never ran like that in my life. Branches were hitting our faces, tripping over roots, not even knowing where we were going, just as long as it was away from the screen. And the entire time, we could hear music behind us. But it sounded like multiple, not just one. And then, clear as day, I heard a sound of like my monkeys, right behind me, calling my name. I almost stopped. I swear I almost turned around. Tyler said, "Don't look back, keep running." And did not stop running until we hit the main trail. And the second we did, I swear to you, everything stopped. No footsteps, no voices, no music, just normal forest sounds again, like nothing ever happened. We drove straight home, didn't look back, and never came back to the Appalachian Mountains to this day. And guys, honestly, I don't blame you. To put a couple of lines at the bottom, if you hear music, don't follow it. Looking back on it, and experiencing it in part one, I wish I didn't, because that was absolutely terrifying. And we'll go deep into this, so thank you so much for sending this in. Big shout out to you. Guys, if you have some Appalachia experiences of your own, or stories that passed on to the poetry, please comment in the comment section below. Because when we do return for the full week-long Appalachian Mountain series, I would love to give you guys shout-outs if you do share your stories and videos and all the sorts, so thank you guys so much. Now, getting back to it, that story makes what you're about to watch that much more unsettling. Because I got back inside, kind of chatted with Chandler for a bit. He shared with me what he experienced and whatnot. You can see a lot of that in his channel as well. But at this point, we were kind of relaxing. We were actually quite a while. So I set up some cameras. I set one up in the kitchen. I set one up in the living room for like feeding the living room. And set one upstairs with Chandler because he was sleeping in the downstairs. Now, we were bored. Obviously, this place doesn't really have much. We have a TV. But I did bring my Switch. So I figured we play some Mario Kart. And while we were playing Mario Kart, we were thinking something very, very strange, which led to us believing that we were not the only ones out here. And you're about to see that right now. So the footage kind of starts abruptly, just not to start warning that, but it all just continues to go down. Guys, if you haven't seen this graphic note is not already, take a look at the remainder of our night, our final
Motherfucker. Oh no. Oh, that scared me. Look at that, first and second. Alright. I haven't played it in forever. That's the side door. Hello? Here's pocket.
I'm stuck in
Hello? I know. Yeah. That's insane. Yeah, they're not moving at all. Oh, give it to me. Okay, guys, listen. First one, kind of concerned about power possible because you have to slow it. If I get to about 2.5, we might do it. Yeah, we might be. Dude, I hate the fact. What? Holy, I see that. Holy.
Why is there curtains?
I don't know, I hate that.
Okay, you know what? Keep it here.
I know I said I was done tonight.
Yeah.
But I was going to do some work in here. I know I said I was going to. The camera did a lot of it. 40-minute worth of just ghosting and stuff. And you got some pretty crazy stuff. So would you mind explaining something to the screen?
Mm-hmm. So a lot of the spirits that I like talked to and encountered in here, they were all like pretty nice spirits for the most part. They were all just like looking to talk, you know, like they weren't like super angry at me or anything for being in here, but like they just wanted to like get their message out. But there's so many of them. There's a lot. There's so many of them. It's like they're walking around again already. While I was in here, they were just walking around.
So we did like a Texas method. The piano thing was like essentially if you had headphones on and you were just listening to radio frequencies being down Alaska, which you can imagine. And I was asking him questions, and it's just crazy things that I was saying, but apart from that, every time I asked you to make a noise, it would do it. Like, very quickly after. So it's one of those things that's like, okay, let's try it right now. If there's anyone here that wants to communicate, give us a sign to let me know. Not what I want to.
What? No, we'll stay. Remember I asked about like whenever I asked about like the cryptids and stuff outside, like any of the different icons and the names and like walking and stuff like if I asked about the other creatures, they would just get quiet. Like, nothing would come through. So I don't know if they're like scared of them or they're silencing it. I don't know.
Okay. Well, I've decided on this issue. I've been to some of there, but honest to God, guys, despite how good they eat, they're impossible.
Is it?
I mean, it's an extra season, but it's pretty good.
We should at least get a video for something, man. I mean, I know I saw it already, but like, you might look like a people.
When it's a kid, I don't want to smell it.
No, it's fine. Yeah, get on in there, buddy.
It's just a thing where I have several things.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. I don't know. I think it's fun.
Yeah.
I thought it was things about it, but for some reason, I was like, what? I don't know what to do about it.
Yeah, I can see that. Yeah, we should keep them just so good. That's nice. A little treat there. Oh, really?
Can you give us a quick sound of here? Now that's a clap.
I can't see the shadow. Don't worry, I've already found it. Choose your weapon. And you've got a later. And I've got that. This looks cool. Oh, thank you.
What can we do to help you? I can see. Hello?
Oh my god!
Thank you for communicating with us.
Okay.
And maybe I'll take a video.
Yeah, probably.
And with that, I want to say good night. Yo.
Yeah?
Who's that?
On the bright side, I locked that one.
Probably find out I'm over here banging you.
Yeah.
Thank you for communicating with us, guys. Set up the camera here, set up the camera upstairs. Set a camera because it's quiet night in the road, but if you catch anything, you guys see it. Alright guys, so this is my sleeping arrangement here. Got the blanket. It's pretty warm right now. We've been having the fire on basically for the majority of the night. But guys, I know it's not, complicated.
Hey, come show my crib.
Let's go check it out, guys. Let's go see what channel we got going on. Alright.
Hey, I did the same thing.
Oh,
There's a ceiling there, bro.
there's a ceiling. I think I have a occasion. Okay. Alright, well, this is a big ass bed.
Yeah, which one?
Yeah, it has a little ceiling. With a window behind you. With no curtains. Let's get another single.
No, it's not. Stop it. Come back downstairs. I don't like you up here anymore. Well, good night, buddy. All right. I don't know if I can sleep now. No, if you hear anything behind you, you know what? If Victor comes in here, he's getting you first anyway.
I'm just play dead. Play dead, and hopefully he wins. Okay,
ବାରିକେଡର ବାହାରକୁ ଚାଲି ଯାଆନ୍ତୁ ବର୍ତ୍ତମାନ ବାରିକେଡର ବାହାରକୁ ଚାଲନ୍ତୁ ଏଠି ରହି ଆପଣ ନିଜକୁ ଗୌରବାନ୍ୱିତ ମନେ କରନ୍ତୁନି ଆପଣମାନେ ଆଗକୁ ଚାଲନ୍ତୁ
why? Is there a picture of a toy?
ବାରିକେଡର ବାହାରକୁ ଚାଲନ୍ତୁ ଲୁହା ବାରିକେଡର ବାହାରକୁ ଚାଲନ୍ତୁ ଏଠି ଆମକୁ
His name's Henry.
space ଦିଅନ୍ତୁ ଜାଗା ଦିଅନ୍ତୁ ଆପଣମାନେ ଆଗକୁ ଚାଲନ୍ତୁ ଜାଗା ଛାଡ଼ି ଦିଅନ୍ତୁ
Let me put you guys here. Alright guys, well I'm gonna go get my power bank, have you guys connected here, and I'm gonna get a comfy one for you, turn my switch a little bit more, and yeah, last night here in the Appalachians, let's hope we have a nice quiet one.
ଆହ୍ୱାନ ଯଦି ଶୁଣୁଛ ଏଇ ବାଇକ୍ ଚଲେଇବାକୁ ଆହ୍ୱାନ
Jen? Jen? Did you hear that? It sounded like tapping on the door. Yeah, check. Yeah, I'll go check. Okay. Lay down. Oh my god, it's so bright. I see footprints on the porch, but I think they're ours. I mean, who else would it be?
Yeah, I should go match him up.
The door's locked. But bro, it legit sounded like... I mean... No, I definitely want the window. Let me check this one. I need to make sure that the car is locked. Because we have some stuff in there. Alright. I'm just gonna check the back door. Alright, bro. Listen, I don't see anything. Maybe it was like the wind or something. Because the wind definitely does that.
Are you gonna check my window?
No. No, Chandler. That's all you. Alright, good night, man. Sorry. No! Chandler! What the fuck was that? What was that? Somebody just banged on the door. Bro, there's something out here. God, it's loud. Fuck off. Yo, who's out here? Is there anything? Listen, this is what I mean. Chandler? Yeah. There's footprints on the porch. And they go across the entire porch back there. I don't know.
Just get, okay, yeah, you probably get like in here. Let's get off. Like both of them.
Bro, hold on. I see a handprint right there. That's on the outside. There's a handprint that's on the outside.
Let's check the other door.
I just checked as well. What are you doing?
ଆଉ
స్కూల్లో ఏమో లీవ్ అని, ఇప్పుడేమో లవ్ అని. నా చుట్టూ తిరగడమేనా నీ పని?
సంతోష్ ఇస్ నాట్ ది సేమ్ బాయ్ ఇన్ మిడిల్ స్కూల్. ఇప్పుడు చాలా చేంజ్ అయ్యాడు.
వీడు మారాడని నువ్వు నమ్ముతున్నావు, నేను నిన్ను నమ్ముతున్నా. వీడు శిశుపాలుడికే గురువు. తప్పు చేస్తాడు, దొరుకుతాడు.
గతం మర్చిపోయాడు, నార్మల్ అవ్వాలంటే తన లైఫ్లో జరిగిన కొన్ని బలమైన సంఘటనని గుర్తు చేయడానికి ట్రై చేయండి. తినచ్చా
మొత్తం
వద్దంటే వద్దులేడంటే
అసలు గుర్తుపట్టావా నన్ను?
ముందక్కడి నుంచి అతను నన్నే చూస్తాడు. ఎవరు వీడెవరో చెప్పలేదే.
ఏంటండి ఇది? ముక్కు మొహం కూడా తెలీదు, అలా ముద్దు పెట్టేసింది. వీడికి మనం గుర్తున్నది, అమ్మాయి గుర్తున్నది ఎలా ఇప్పుడు?
మీ సంతోష్ జమ్మండి.
మీరు ఒక్కరే వాడిని కరెక్ట్గా అర్థం చేసుకున్నారు సార్.
త్వరగా వాడికి కుటుంబం గుర్తొచ్చేలా చేయండి. స్టోరీ కంటిన్యూ చేయరా?
ఇంత పుల్లగా ఉంది, లెమన్ రైస్. మీ వాడు స్కూల్కి వచ్చి ఇవన్నీ అమ్ముతున్నాడు.
This is my forefather business running. Foreign గా సార్, నేను ఒక్కనే.
ఇలాంటి డిస్గస్టింగ్ బ్యాచ్ నా కెరియర్లో ఎప్పుడు చూడలేదు.
సార్లు కూడా కూర్చుకోవడానికి చిరాకుపడాను. మామయ్యానికి ముందుకునే స్టేజ్కి వచ్చేవాడు. నీకు ఆల్రెడీ ఇంకొక పెళ్లి సెట్ అయిన తర్వాత నేను వచ్చి ప్రపోజ్ చేస్తే చెప్తావా?
ఈ ప్రపంచంలో అందరికంటే ఇరికైన వాడు తెలుసా? ఒక ఆడపిల్ల తండ్రి.
వాడు మొదటి పత్రిక ప్రేమించిన అమ్మాయికో దేవుడి దగ్గర పెట్టాలి. మీకు పంపాడు, అదిరా వాడు చేసిన తప్పు.
నాకు తెలిసిన నా నాని బాబు నూక వీడి తెలుగులో ఉన్న సంతోషం వీడి కళ్ళలో కనిపించటం లేదు.
ఏ రోజైతే ఆ ఒక్క తప్పు వాడు ఒప్పుకుంటాడు, ఆ రోజే తనని నేను అల్లుడుగా ఒప్పుకుంటాను.
మన జీవితాన్ని తిరిగి అనుభవించడానికి ఉన్న ఒకే ఒక్క దారి జ్ఞాపకం.
ఇంతకీ సంతోషం
బేబీ సినిమాలో హీరో.
ఇద్దరు
crowded cars, 12,000 officers, wherever there was just every leaf and control. And now, for the first time, the legacy 5,000 years later comes now to a city that celebrates gold, culture, and history, serving the heart of the country.
barricade
సేల్ మన చెన్నై షాపింగ్ మాల్ ఆది బ్లాక్ బస్టర్ కేజీ సేల్ జూలై 3 నుండి ప్రారంభం. కేజీ చీరల ప్రారంభ ధర కేవలం 150 రూపాయలు మాత్రమే. ది చెన్నై షాపింగ్ మాల్, తెలంగాణ, ఆంధ్రప్రదేశ్, మహారాష్ట్ర, కర్ణాటక.
ब्रो बॉल अंदर मत जाने देना, वापस नहीं मिलेगा.
अब चाहिए एनर्जी, प्रेडेटर एनर्जी. हर सिप में एनर्जी का जोर है. तभी तो गली गली में हो रहा है.
భాస్కర కేరళ ఆయుర్వేద హాస్పిటల్ అండ్ పంచకర్మ.
మీకు ఎప్పటి నుంచి ఉంది సోరియాసిస్ ప్రాబ్లమ్?
ఎప్పుడు ఇక్కడ హాస్పిటల్కి వచ్చారు, ఇది ఇప్పుడు ఎలా ఉంది?
నాకు 5 years నుంచి ఉందండి. ఫస్ట్ కాళ్ళకి వచ్చింది, తర్వాత ఇంత చేతులకు వచ్చేసింది.
మీకు మామూలుగా స్కిన్ ఎలర్జీ అనుకుంది అనుకొని 5-6 హాస్పిటల్ చూపించుకుంది. చాలా లెక్క చూపించగానే ఎక్కడ అదేం రెస్పాన్స్ ఇంగ్లీష్ మీడియం తగ్గట్లేదు. తర్వాత నేను యూట్యూబ్ చూస్తుంటే భాస్కర్ ఆయుర్వేద హాస్పిటల్ కనిపించింది. సరే ఇది సోరియాసిస్కే కదా, ఒకసారి ట్రై చేద్దామని నేను మా బాబుతో మాట్లాడాను. డాక్టర్ శ్యామ్లా కానీ కంపల్సరీ మీకు ఇది బాగవుతుంది అన్నారు. నేను 5 పంచకర్మలు తీసుకున్నాను. నాకు బాగా రిజల్ట్ చాలా వచ్చింది. సో నేను బయటికి వెళ్ళాలంటే భయపడేది. అందరు ఏంటి ఇలా ఉంది, ఇంకా చూసుకోవట్లేదా అని అడిగారు. వాళ్ళు చెప్పినట్టుగానే మనం కరెక్ట్గా చేస్తున్నామంటే కంపల్సరీ తగ్గుద్దని నాకైతే నమ్మకం.
miracle father, somebody who creates, you're not a doctor, you're an artist. That's how I've always seen it. An artist works from his heart. He works for passion. When a thirsty, sincere brain or intelligence with ethics and integrity is there, then it is difficult for time to stop it. I would say there is a karma for which you were born in your family, in your grandfathers and fathers lineage, and they wanted you to be a jeweler, and the technology was your heart, and both kind of got together and it created a space, unique space for you. Usually the jewelers would not have knowledge of technology. The technology guys would not really go to jewelry. 2016 is when altar was born. We coined the word ALTR, and it represented, if you think altar, parivartan. So the whole idea was we wanted to represent change. My whole idea was I don't want to push people. This is a product you should buy. No, I just want to represent change and let the world decide for itself. जो आपका स्वधर्म है वो करते करते अगर आपका सब कुछ खत्म भी हो जाएगा, that is better than adopting something which does not belong to you. Welcome back to another episode of the series of interviews and interactions called Rooted for Life. Today we have got an amazing personality and very, very close to my heart with a lot of respect, and he has been impactful in his industry and beyond his industry in a very, very large way. And he not only represents the most advanced technology, efficiency, but also represents humanity, spirituality, and ancient civilization. Both values along with efficiency. That is exactly the message, the teaching of Paramaswarananda, this picture you see here, and 7 March 1952, he left his body, and while he was leaving his body, and he gave a speech. It was in Biltmore Hotel, Los Angeles, LA. And the last speech, the message was to have the best of both the worlds, Eastern spirituality and Western efficiency, having both America and India. America back then, he meant efficiency of the Western world. He said, if you are mediocre in your work, then you are insulting God and equality. While you should be very, very efficient materially, but in your heart of hearts, you know that the world is a dream. That consciousness is also important, the spirituality. So both these things I saw in the very dear friend Amish Shah. He's a disruptor in technology, and of course we listen more from him. He's the founder and CEO of Ultra and German Luxury Jewelry. And the conversation is going to go beyond jewelry and beyond other things. Amish Ji. Thank you, Dr. Sir. I think my excitement today is having the opportunity to interact with somebody that I connect more spiritually than materially. Over years, I've had the privilege of speaking, connecting, but it's always business. It's rare that I'm invited, that I was touched with the fact that somebody wants to talk about the root of something versus the result. Because everybody is always interested in the result. It's always about what did somebody do in life. But people never look at it as to why it happened. And was the person who actually is being portrayed as the person who did it the core cause of it? Or he was the bridge that made things happen or make it happen? And I guess that's why, Paramans, Yogananda's, whatever teachings that you have consistently shared with me, I feel the reflection of that with all the conversations that I probably grew up with my grandfather and my father, where spirituality is the root
where you said that one thing you have to make sure you never lose that core strength of yours. Spirituality is who we are. What you do in life, where you take your ambition, passion, is a result of that core strength, your beliefs. And one of the things that before I came in was a light conversation, that truly what drives everything. What drives everything is who you are from inside and your dedication and focus to the best of what you do. And I think you yourself are probably the best example. And I think after I met you first time many years ago, I would have to say few years, but it feels like forever. And all the learnings, and I think the best way I've always said, kid, to me, you're a hair farmer. Somebody who creates. You're not a doctor, you're an artist. That's how I've always seen you. An artist works from his heart. He works for passion. And his art is actually always a reflection of who he is. So while you might operate on somebody, the person feels that he's getting something, you're just creating something which you had. And so you're always giving from the heart. And that's why I've always loved almost every conversation of ours as such. So I'm really honored to be here. And thank you so much.
No, I'm extremely honored, and I feel like this is a true blessing of Paraman Shivananda and God and Gurus in my life to know you. And of course, so many times I've stayed with you in your house in New York, Manhattan,
and I want to say that, I'm sorry to interrupt you here, but I have to say this, okay, while you've stayed in the house, you are also the one person who comes in and takes over the kitchen.
Yes.
So that is the one unique characteristic of you, that you've actually come to New York, stayed at home, and you are the one who's cooked and fed us.
So there is so many things, so many layers. In the beginning, we were discussing before the camera started rolling that we can go on for 3 4 hours. I was thinking from where to start, but I will make it very kind of the content very productive so that people who will be watching it, youngsters and anybody at any ladder, any space of anybody's life, he would pick something from this conversation, I'm sure. And Amish ji, he is of course Indian origin, with brown skin that you can see, but he has got the best of the whole world in him. And that's what actually the teachings of Paraman Shivananda. He said that he left his body in 1952. There was 7 months we had the celebration. And maybe yesterday evening was today's evening in US, right? So maybe around this time.
Actually, just around this time.
After 1952, 7 March, he left his body in front of thousands of people. The message of his life, the message of his last speech was, America has got a lot of things to give to India. That means the Western efficient world can give a lot of things to India. That means India can learn a lot of things from the West in terms of efficiency. However, India in return has got a lot of things to give to the West, that is the spirituality. And both has to be there in tandem for the modern world civilization. So you, Amizji, you represent that philosophy of having the best of both the worlds. You are born in India, you work in USA, you are so much connected to India, back and forth, almost every month you are back and forth. In your business, the whole world, Guruji said, God created the earth and man made the principles and boundaries and these things. And but you are a free-flowing wind, free-flowing bird who has got no boundaries. And in you, I see the teachings of Paraman Shivananda and many of my friends who have been so successful in USA, and they have got, the roots are here, and they represent their spirituality, their value systems in their work, so they become so successful. As you initially said that what a person is all backed by his how he was raised, his sanskar, you said, and that you're the person outside people see, but behind the making is the root, the system that you truly represent. You truly represent Indus Valley civilization. You truly represent. I would say, I always say that it is not by birth that you become an Indian, because if you go through the civilization history. The Indus Valley civilization was around the river Sindhu, and the Parsis and the Greeks, they never had a word letter S, so they call it Indus, and from there the Hindus and Hindus are and
Right.
India, Sindhu river, Indus river in India. So it is a kind of but this civilization of Indus Valley civilization that survived test of the time versus Babylonian Mesopotamia civilization. They all flourished, but they couldn't sustain because there was no value behind that. In this civilization, there was a value. There is a question: Who am I? So that question is eternal question. Who am I? Am I really a body, or am I mind? Am I intellect, ego? So the answer was no. You are a soul. You have been given a body to work with, and intellect to deal with, mind to deal with. So this question was eternal. So I interpreted in that way. Since this question is eternal, that is in Sanskrit called Sanatan. So this Sanatan Dharma, that means eternal duty. What is that eternal duty? To find who you are. And this question was there in Indus Valley civilization. Anybody, anywhere in the world who has this question in his mind, he becomes a Sanatani, or he becomes a person who want to kind of clear this mystery while being in the world, while active in the world. So these two things when happens, in a core of heart, that I am a soul, but when I work, just like just like a warrior in the world. So these two things, whoever practices, he is in the world, but not of the world, and they truly represent the civilization and mankind. And you are one of those rarest people I have met in my life, whom I can say a true Indian for the whole world, a true Indus Valley civilization, fellow who can be role model in the whole world. I can summarize in this whole whatever I said just now. You are a role model.
Thank you. I think it's very important for people to understand that culture, civilization, those values today have subsided today. There is some, I would almost say it's become a little more cloudier. I think growing up, I reflect a lot from my grandfather. You said about efficiency and that. One of the things while I got my core values from my grandfather and my father, who spent all their life living and holding on to their ethics. My grandfather will hear a lot more because he's been the role model. He refused to compromise his ethics. When in 1933 he refused, and he refused till the last day of his life. He was very clear that culture is everything, and the ethics and that spirituality has to be deep rooted in you. So in 1933, when he started who we are today in the world of jewelry, he was very clear, I will not compromise. And that compromise, a lot of times people think it's business compromise or such. He was not willing to compromise his ethics. From doing anything to how it was done. And that is what turned into who he was. And when I asked my father where he got it from, he says he got it from his father and mother. And that is culture. That is where you talk about Sanatan Dharma and that Sanatani is like sometimes people talk about culture and I try to never take the word religion, because what it truly is it's who you are from inside. And that's what guided me. Like one of the things for grandfather was in 1968 when there was the whole movement in Bengal of stopping the cattle killings, and he stood for it. And that was because he believed in it. So be it in 33 or be it in 68, it was what he believed that he needed to stand for. Same thing in his early ages, Vinoba Bhaveji made him responsible for 1600 villages in Maharashtra. And I will have to accept that after going under him for so many years with him, I today morning asked my father to tell me more about him. because I'm going to be Dr. Steps. I want to even know you. Every time he talks to me, he said, did you know that he was responsible for 1,600 villages? And he didn't have a title. He didn't have any political title. No, but it was all about making sure that if anybody needed anything, or any of the villages or any individual family, they could approach him. And that is who I would say I reflect from. The determination part of it. In my journey, when I came to market or when I was standing up, I have a very, I would say, unusual journey. In America, sometimes when I'm presenting, I said, I'm the black sheep of the family. Why? Because I was born in a jewelry family, Dadaji did jewelry for the royals of family.
Please, thank you. I was supposed to come to that. Your roots and legacy, your grandfather, there was mom, there was dad, but that's the main thing for me and for me also. I wanted to know the whole thing. Of course, I knew, sure, you have spoken so many times, but I would like to record this. So, your grandfather, your father, and of course, your how you structured from family and went out and then came back. So that would be people. So now the real thing starts now.
So going back to my grandfather was born in Anera, a small village in Gujarat. Grew up, moved to Kolkata in 1933. At that time, him and his brother started the diamond and jewelry business. At that time, diamond and jewelry business was very different. It was more about royalty and that. And from the culture that he had grown up with, because his father, which is my dada's great grandfather, was known for his ethics in the village. And the story goes back that a person had killed one kabutar, pigeon, and nobody in the village would give him water because he killed someone, a pigeon. And that's how the village, it was all about ethics. So when he left home, to set up for his family, him and his brother in Kolkata, they were very clear that the one thing we will do in our business is not a compromise. The fact is, as I learned more about my grandfather, is that he was so strict that as business grew for him, an entire community of people had to stand up against him. And the Kolkata Diamond Hall was gone because they wanted to see how they can take business from him, because he had started growing at a certain pace, not because purely of his product or pricing or anything, but because how he dealt with people. And to our privilege and honor, Raja Rajendra Nath of Kolkata, who was inaugurated by the English as Raja, sort of he became family to them. So I have stories from the Maharaja of Darabhanga, Queen of Nepal, all of them. So that's how business grew. And when the Second World War started, and things were very rough, he thought of going back to the village. Like, everything is like this. How long will I support the families? Two brothers and kids. And again, same thing. Raja Rajendra Nath told him and his sons who were there that don't worry, And they further promoted him every single place because of one piece: ethics and how he did things. Fast forwarding, his sons came into business, including my father, and we served almost all the Marwari families in the country, from the Maheshwaris to Parasrampuryas and that. And I was born in 75 to my parents who moved to Bombay in 69, and with some of a little bit with my help, for my father's help, we moved to Surat. And that's where my childhood happened. Well, most kids go out to play, and at that time we had only one TV channel, and we had our limited resources. Dad was very, very simple. He was a very, very spiritual person, taking from my grandfather. And I will specifically want to say this because I've never said this in public, that when he had the opportunity to go to America in 72, he refused to go. He said, I will stay with my father. And and he took care of his father and mother till the last day. So that is something we have grown up. And at a young age of about 12 years old, this is in my school, there was a event, an institute from Ajmer had come, Indian Institute of Computer Science. And there was this one kid who kept getting up and asking questions. There were 700 students in that huge hall. And at the end of the event, they said, we want to meet this kid. And I was like, I should have just kept quiet and said. But something made me kept asking them questions. And they said, we want to meet your dad. And I'm like, okay, now this is big problem. And they told my dad that you need to send me to computer school. We're talking
1987. Yes, yeah.
Almost 40 years ago. And I was 12 years old. And they explained that, and there was like probably in the whole city of Surat, there was probably barely one computer at that time. And he said, listen, it's better instead of him running around, maybe he'll learn something. And I got the opportunity to go to school. It was a class. They opened a small class which was smaller than this one room, and there was 1 or 2 computers. And it so happened that I started spending more time. Fast forwarding 6 months, my teacher in school was my student in the class. So that's how I was. That I was, of course, once again, it used to be Monday to Friday. I wanted to practice. We didn't have a computer at home. It was a very simple family. So I said, I will teach in school. In exchange, let me use the computer for free. You know? So they said, okay, now you are the school teacher on Saturday. And they knew that I was capable of doing it again. They must have evaluated and I was still a kid. So I started teaching. And one humorous thing I'll never forget is, people have these journals that you do for exams, the fast learning, 2 pages. So when the first time I was in St. Xavier's School in Surat, for the first computer exam, the 2-page thing that you have to read to pass was written down. And I was selling it for 2 rupees. And I never forget because it was 2 rupees, so that time there was a 1 rupee note and there was a 2 rupee note. And I told everybody in the class that for 2 rupees you can get something that if you learn it, you will pass it. So that was my first business transaction.
And that was 1.5 years.
Yes. And moving ahead, what happened was computers became fashion. I would assemble computers and that. And in 88, I ended up writing a new book, which today would be considered a book of software programs.
So this is the Steve Jobs growing up in school.
That's very kind of you to say, but yes, what happened was after that, the first software program in the very raw form for the first departmental students who I wrote the code. That book never went to publishing, which I wish today would have been something for record, but today it's a memory for me. And in 10th standard, I was the highest marks of mathematics in the state of Gujarat, and I credit that to my parents, along with Yakub sir, who used to make sure to teach me. And I told the team here, I'm going to try Hindi well, because my sir used to have what we call the Pupatti, who didn't speak Hindi properly. But sometimes I want to tell the kids today, speak one language. From there on, I kept pursuing computers, never really to a professional school, and I had the opportunity of doing masters. I was getting a scholarship from informatics in UK and Unisys US, which now those firms many people don't know. And of course, we're old world family. Dadaji's in the room, Papa's in the room, and I'm like, I want to go abroad and study. And Dadaji said something which probably changed, or this is why I'm sitting across him as much, is he said, you were born a jeweler and you'll stay in jewelry. And of course he said it in Gujarati. And तू जौहरी है ना, और तू जेवरात के धंधे में रहेगा. which today reflects in the name. हाँ जेवर कि तू जौहरी पैदा हुआ था. Of course again तू जौहरी छे. जो गुजराती में अगर मैं बोलूँ तो तू जौहरी छे અને તું દાગીનાનું જ કામ કરીશ. તારા બાપ દાદાએ આ જ કર્યું છે. And वो moment पे it was like 18 साल का you want to go conquer the world. But एक चीज़ थी कि अगर दादाजी ने बोल दिया ना तो पत्थर करके नहीं नेवर लेफ्ट. मास्टर्स कंप्लीट पूरा उनका डिप्लोमा का कंप्यूटर साइंस का को वॉल्यूम्स जितने मास्टर्स के कोर्स होते सब घर में. एंड आई finished all of that at home, went for exam, finished my 12th, and then fast forward, so I came to Mumbai, got in college, and I was a little crazy because my math used to be, so statistics teacher, she used to tell me, she's like, you're Solala Lajpat Rai College in Mumbai. So every month you have to finish certain sessions in statistics and that. So I sat down and finished all the 6 months. Pura term ka. No, why does this have to take 6 months? I can just finish it in 1 month. I submitted. Then I told her, I said, can you just mark me present in all the classes because I want to go to office. So that was my first entry into learning the trade, the business that my grandfather had told me he wanted me to learn. In 96, first time I went to US. In Mumbai, I was having some health issues, and with the advice, and then I always had that aspiration to go. I'll go out and do something, and it was just like the perfect thing. So Dad said, no, go to US.
And something had already been set up in US before you.
So two elder uncles had been in US in 70s. So they of course had businesses running, and so it was easy for me to move in, and they were kind enough to invite me in. I went to New York and started, and I guess moved on myself. In your mind, America must be so much ahead. I am in India in Surat. I was doing all this computer stuff. It must be so ahead. Realizing that the diamond industry was still living in the last stage. Everything was crawling. And in simple words, I always say, everything was happening the same way. It has always been happening. Nobody wanted to change anything. I tried, and we filed what today the world talks of H1, and it's a big conversation. And they said he's double masters. So first they thought it was a fraud. This young kid, how can he have double masters? So the New York City valuation, they again checked all my paperwork. And they said, how can you finish this in the state of Gujarat in an economics class? I did that with chemical technology. So I did science at the same time that I did commerce. Because I used to get bored and what do you do? So,
21.
Yes. So I went, I returned back in about 7 months.
That's why?
I just felt that I don't think this industry is for me. Okay, and the place is not for me. I was just not able to connect. They gave everything I would have wanted, a home, every means that you have. Came back, of course I'm a young kid. Parents explained everything, you need to settle down. You're young. This time I went back again. Again we filed. Again everything went through. Again stayed for about a year and a half. And I was like, this is not for me. Came back. And I stayed in India about 3 years.
So you were coming back but you were not able to connect to that kind of business? Your mind was more in technology, computer?
So I had already learned certain amount of jewelry. By 1996, I learned diamonds and jewelry by the time I finished college. That's why I said I finished my statistics. And during the day, I was working in the office and learning. It was more learning rather than working. So that part I had already done. But I was a creator. For me, change is a continuous thing. And why is everything about mediocrity? Why is everybody doing the same thing? I looked at everybody around me. They were young, but they were not looking to change anything. They're like, chal raha hai to chal raha hai. Everything is happening how it's happening. We should be happy. But that doesn't define change. That's not what I learned from my grandfather. He stood for things. He pushed for change. And that's when in 2000 I went back, and in 2001 I came back and spoke with granddad and said, you have to let me go.
Let me go from the family business.
I have to want to go do something. That day when I spoke to him, it wasn't even about jewelry. And there is one line he had told me, and Gujarati name, I'll say it very importantly because you'll understand the value of it. कि तू तलवार है, अपनी मयान जाके लो. And he said in Gujarati also they can mean तू तलवार છે, તારી મયાન શોધ. જા, અને કે તું આ ઘરમાં નહીં સેટ થઈ શકે. कि you will not settle in the family business ever. You will have to find something for yourself. And with that blessing, I went out and I would have to say I secured my first job. And this is how destiny takes you. I ended up in almost a 50-year-old diamond and jewelry company in their back home. I could have found a job anywhere. I found a job in this industry, and I thought American company, big, full floor, everything. I walk in, there's 2 computers, and there's 54 people. Well, up the first guy. Now I'm stuck. I've left the family. I have this one small studio in the suburb of New York. Now I have to run my house. I'm by myself, but I have to run my house. I have to do everything. Now what? So of course you have to learn now to adapt to life. And the truth, which you will probably laugh, is in the next year and a half I got fired 3 times in that company because I was like, we need to change this, we need to change this. But I forgot this is not my, I didn't own the company. And I'm asking to change things. And the third time, the owner, who then almost became like a father, he said, listen, this is your last chance. I would get fired in the morning, I would get rehired in the evening. And there was one meeting that I sat down, and that changed everything for me. I sat across the owner, and they were in a production meeting. And I told, and they were putting some pricing, and I said, I can produce this for half the price. And he said, what? I said, yes. I walked out and he's like, prove it. 7 days I took. I knew where different components were put together between Germany, China, and India. I came back with a business plan. 4 days later, he was with me on the plane. And 3 years after that, I was the chief operating officer, his right hand man. And that started changing my journey. 2005 was very unique because in 2005, between 2001 and 2005, what happened was that I became the person who was consistently creating. I took crazy projects and started working. So every time somebody says, this cannot happen, I was the person who say, I will do it because everybody doesn't want to do it. So when somebody says it's not possible, it's basically, this means I am supposed to work on it. I will make it possible. So in 2005, a phone call comes in and they say that there's a man who claims he can grow diamonds. And Richard tells me that, there is this man in Russia who says he can grow diamonds. That moment is the moment where I can say you put a kid in a candy store. बच्चे को खिलौने की दुकान में लाके रख दिया, बोला तेरे को जो चाहिए वो. And I was so excited. I said, now I have technology and the diamonds, something that my granddad always wanted me to do, and something that I wanted to do. And this is the perfect synergy. Maybe that is why in 92 I was not supposed to leave. From that 2005, in June 2006, because it's very, very important date and heart-touching to me, I brought to market the world's first lab-grown diamond jewelry collection. And the reason I say jewelry is important, because people talk of lab-grown diamonds.
But they stop with the diamonds.
But the truth is, the beauty is in the jewelry. So that 8 months I worked, put the whole thing together with excitement beyond. It's like giving the kid a box of Lego and saying, create anything you want. And I created that first collection. It was called the Firefly collection. And Hindi में I was trying to figure out कि क्या होता है जो अंधेरे में भी चमकता है. It's the insect that flies, but even in the dark to fly sparkles. So that was the whole vision कि उजाला या अंधेरा ये हीरा हमेशा चमकेगा. And that's how the journey started. What's very interesting is anybody who came to the booth that year thought I was crazy. This will never happen. They told the owner, this will never happen. This product will never sell. And I will always remember this one line that I told him, that this guy will sink you. Be very careful. He's going to burn all your money. Specifically, he'll burn all your money. And thankfully he believed in me. So I didn't give up on the project. But the one thing everybody didn't realize, every time they said that, I took that negative energy and I turned it into fuel. If everybody feels it's not possible, I am going to do it.
So here Paramahansa Yogananda says, just to summarize one teaching of Paramahansa Yogananda here, he says, do something dazzling that the world has not seen yet, so that God's creative power flows through you. Just like rivers, that the world's first lab-grown diamond jewelry that he brought to the earth. So it was supposed to get these kind of reactions, and so only people like you who disrupt everything and then take the mindset to the next year, and of course the history will remember you, the mankind will remember you, because you have added evolution to the industry, evolution to technology, and when a thirsty, sincere brain or intelligence with ethics and integrity is there, then it is difficult for time to stop you. It is a matter of time. The world cannot stop a matter of some time. Then he will sign forth, and he will kind of give new direction to the world. And when you are ready, or when I would say when people like you who are the right mediums, when God uses people like you to showcase, because sometimes you won't appear, but he will use right conduits like you and to give to the world that the next and next. So I'm so proud, and I'm sure everybody will be so proud of you to know this, that you did not stuck to the normal kind of thing, and it was only disruption, and the technology man got opportunity because that I would say that the karma for which you were born in your family, in your grandfathers and fathers lineage, and they wanted you to be a jeweler, and the technology was your heart, and both kind of got together and it created a unique space for you. Usually the jewelers will not have another technology. The technology guys would not really go to great, and both happening. And again, even though this is not life-saving, but this is an innovation which is so inspiring for people. Let's say I'm a doctor, or somebody else is a pilot, and some people do different things. Your thing is luxury that we're creating, but it is so inspiring for people like me who is into medicine. And I will tell you something here. Why I'm making in my professional exposure, I get to meet very successful people like you in different walks of life, and I talk to them a lot. And after that, I started recording this so that this will become content that people can consume, and they can also pick great points from you guys. And somebody told me that it was in again close friends. He told me I was late one day. I was staying in his house, and he said, and we are supposed to drive from Surat to Ahmedabad. I was meditating actually. He asked me to get ready by 6. So we'll drive down. And I was by 6:50 I was meditating. And he got a little agitated for his reasons. And then on my way, he said, the 5 common great qualities of most of the successful people is from different walks of life, whether sport, whether business, whether technology, whether it's medicine, politics, economics, finance. So he said there are common 5 qualities. One is they're early to bed and to rise. Then second, they're very good listeners. They listen people out. If somebody doesn't have the patience to listen, then he cannot learn and no one will like him also if he's not listening. The third is they are extremely punctual. The bit time, efficient qualities. And fourth and fifth are interrelated, but fourth is they have knowledge of different subjects, at least basic or little bit engaging knowledge. And last is they are very private. So they will travel, by traveling they will pick up. So I learned from people like you in the knowledge different subjects, but you institution. If somebody talk to you, they will get like always 5 people at a time. And yeah, so it is amazing so far that I learned that for the first one, diamond journey to the world. And of course everybody is saying about National Diamond all over. They said the owner is there now, and he also said that. And now slowly to my perception, of course you will be giving the updated knowledge. People have started accepting it. Yes, this is as good as. We'll go to the next phase. So tell me about how people do people they have a notion, or maybe the people who have got the traditional diamond, they will like because that's what they would sell in premium. They would say, no, this is not green, this is artificial, that is natural. So how you started breaking that? I'm sure the task for you would have been uphill to disrupt that notion from mind, because you are the pioneer. The pioneer to do much hard work for the rest of the industry and rest of the world. So I'm sure
I'm always excited. I think struggle is once again a fuel.
Yeah, exactly.
I think a lot of times, I'll say few words on this. Importantly, that a lot of times, and it's very important, for anybody who's listening also, a lot of times people get disheartened with struggle. It's once again the same thing. And I recently met somebody who said that you can make struggle baggage, or you can make it a fuel. And if you make it a baggage, then you only walk slower and slower. And if you make it a fuel, you go faster and faster. So my journey from 2006, when the first collection came out, till 2008, thanks to Richard, who supported my project. I'm still working for them. I drove the vision, I drove the product, and it was their money, so I'll be very upfront about it. But he believed in me. So belief was very integral, just like my parents, my grandfather, who said, if you believe in it, you go for it, don't back. Because only if everybody is getting uncomfortable, there is something you want to change. This is also true in life. And of course, 2008, when the world had a major economic collapse and that, the project had to be put on hold. But me and my brother were we don't want to let it go. In 2011, I was blessed and I took over the company 10 years and 3 months later that I had joined with a $40,000 job. So that was with the blessings of my grandfather, my parents, that me and my brother, we took over the entire business globally. And I will always very proudly say, as an Indian, because a lot of world has this misconception, so I want to specifically say this. People have the misconception that if an Indian takes over the company, then they let go all the non-Indians in the company. And we did not let go one person and replace it with a foreigner or Indian. But I stood among the people that I worked with, because I was their colleague, as the owner, and I said, I'm not going to let anybody go. We were here, and from here we'll all work together. Because that was my culture. It was not about where you came from. It's about what were you doing and what role you played, and all your years of loyalty to the company cannot go just because an Indian takes over. From there was also one more thing I had done, which I would say, and I just put it out as because it's personal to me, is we actually set forward and said that anybody who brings a fresh vegetarian meal to work every day and consumes, again, I'm sure from the teachings in that, we will pay you to eat. Okay? So any employee, it was a voluntary program, but every employee in the company, we were about 24 hours at that time, that if you brought a fresh vegetarian meal from your vegetables, whatever you like to eat, and you consume it, you get paid every day additionally for that meal. And while it was put out a little bit so that there was a financial incentive for everybody, there was from the teachings as to how you can do that without help, those teachings, and for belief. So of course that's where I see the east and west. How do you align with that part of the world? Still working hard to do that. So after 2011, after we took over the company and we went back into it. We believed in it. This change, and my brother supported me very strongly that let's go after this again. Fast forwarding from there to 2016. So in 2000, during the journey of making, we were working in Russia, and then after 2014, we started making in India the product. And in 15, we're like going down close to around to the market. 2016 was when Alter was born. And Alter, we coined the word AOPR. And it was represented, if you think Alter, Parivartan. So the whole idea was we wanted to represent change. The whole idea was I didn't want to push people. This is a problem, this is bad. No, I just want to represent change and let the world decide for itself. Because I never forgot those people laughing at me in 2006. I remembered that if I go back to them and know what they're doing, they're again going to laugh at me. And probably they'll laugh louder. For 10 years, you still haven't learned your lesson. So I was very clear that why don't I talk to the decision maker? That is the consumer. Why am I so reliant on an industry that has refused to change? And anyway, they are going to laugh. I believe in the consumer power and the power of knowledge. So we went to the first trade show exactly 10 years and 1 day later. These dates are maybe, sounds like I wrote and brought them today, but it's in my heart that 10 years and 1 day later, we reopened the show and we wrapped the booth with white fabric. And again, you will see this. You will probably connect with spiritual. It was wrapped with white fabric and a pair of twins, one pair on each side. Different but same. And with a manifesto that talked about change. No product conversation, no product pictures. Because I was there to represent change. I was there to say in the simplest way that a beautiful flower grown in a greenhouse is a flower. A test tube baby born is still a child. And I want to bring this part that do you know that in 1982 when Louis Brown, the first test tube baby in the world, was born, that year in the Time magazine, there were critics debating and the critics asked, will the child have a soul? And this is, if any of you actually would love to, you should go back and look at the archives. But think of it that today we are laughing on it 40, 50 years later. But whoever was working on it at that time, the doctors must have worked for probably a few decades on today, which is today a blessed thing for the future generations forever. They asked this question of them, and Louis Brown delivered a pair of twins in 2012. And I studied her story, and is touch with that and the whole part of what the critics thought. So I was in the same boat in 2016 once again, that will, this whole real conversation a lot of times in India, a lot of these people ask me is like, in the earlier days the question was, is this real? And so from that book, going back to that for a moment, I met a few people, and from the few people that actually understood what I was doing, or like, what is this crazy book in midst of a jewelry show, I was once again blessed that a buyer walks in, give a presentation, and I thought, yeah, okay, maybe she might be. I get a call 8 days later from Omaha, the home base of Warren Buffett, and she said that, can you come to meet us? For me, a company that I would have probably spent 2 decades just to walk in the door, made a phone call. I walk in and they gave me the opportunity to go to market. In September 2016, the world saw the first fine jewelry complete footprint and go to market at From there to today, the numbers today are very big. But what's important, like you asked, is how did this change happen? So the first part, I would say from 6 to 16, I was very clear. I believe in this. I believe in future. I believe in this Indian genuine, the power of science. It's magic. And we cannot forget it is also human. It's we who created, we took the science and we created diamonds. And created diamonds are diamonds. The only difference is they are grown above the earth. The difference between earth mined diamonds and lab grown diamonds is that one are born below the earth and one are above the earth. Now, why I'm telling you this? Because I'm educating you. Of course, you know, but especially for the listeners, it's all about education. Again, like you know, I started in a small family company. Even today, thankfully, we're blessed that we are a family company. So as a family company, I didn't have millions of dollars to go to billboards. So what is the most powerful tool in the world? Education. So instead of selling something, marketing something, I decided that we should educate everybody. Because education is empowerment. And when you empower somebody, they make a conscious decision. So when the diamond industry as a whole was laughing, and when I got the opportunity from Borsheims to go to market, I said that instead of putting a billboard in town, I'm going to educate the people, salespeople, to further educate the consumer and say, we have a choice. You make the decision. And in the first 8 months, the sales almost went up 8 times from the first month to the 8th month, because they were educating. And this is very, very important. I want to again repeat here. It's very important to understand that education is the most powerful marketing tool that exists with founders, innovators, and people who believe in what they are doing, that they should be using. Because knowledge is power. Empowerment allows the consumer to make a decision. Of course, 16, this was our great start, and it's great for me. I was blessed. We were super excited. In 17, I got the award for the best brand debut. Again, a small company in the bottom floor, in the back, in this conference with all the world's who's were there. And in 18 February, I think that was my first break, which we all always look for as founders. February 6, 2018, I was on BBC World News. The day Elon Musk put the Roadster on the moon, it was at 9 a.m. 9:04 was Bitcoin. And 9:08, I was blessed, honored, and privileged to be live on World News, to tell the world what I was there to do. And I educated them once again. And as a proud Indian, I will say that I told the host that the diamond you are holding, created by Ratha, has the same crystal characteristics as the Kohinoor. Every altar created diamond is a type to a diamond, the purest one in the world. Every single one of them are in the same genetic characteristics in crystal perspective, which is the science, as the Korean diamond. Again, 18, we had started developing, we started opening countries. I was like a madman traveling the world. Almost speeches, education, because that was the method. Educate, educate, educate. And while still there were people who were laughing, they doubled down the bets on the other side. I will say, and I was telling the team, I said, it was a person who didn't have $12,000 business in 2016 standing up against a $12 billion global corporation that controlled the diamond industry for the last 100 years. It is that inner strength when you talk spiritual that helps you and allows you to stand. And that energy and that strength comes from there. Your belief that what I am doing is the right thing to do. Right things are not easy to do, but you have to stand for it. In 2019, I had the opportunity. The Earth, Mind, Diamond category would not even sit across and talk to me. That's why sometimes I say black sheep very proudly. But I remember my grandfather. He always stood up outside, and he was okay. He was okay being the only person in the room to stand for something. And I would share that with the incident of the 2019 panel in Dubai. And I always thank Ahmed bin Sulayam's son, who's also the same name, Sultan Ahmed bin Sulayam, for the opportunity to sit across and debate the most respected Earth, Mind, Diamond house in the world. And it's on tape. And De Beers sat across me, Stephen Lucy, probably the most respected from that segment with their ex-joint CEO, in a 2-hour debate. And they had to end up stopping that. And after 2 hours, because it was longer. The beautiful part about that was, I was okay being the only guy with a red suit in the Middle East, in a business conference, with the gentleman across me in a white suit. And it was the energy from within, and a few things I said that day. The myth of rarity is broken, and the consumer is asking questions. And the second one was that everybody will relate to is every other girl has one, and we still call it rare. That this is the art of marketing. That year and that event broke the floodgates. From 2019 to 2023, in the bridal, which is the big diamond category, lab grown went from 6% to 50% of all new rings in America. Today, almost 80% of all new engagement rings in America have a lab grown diamond. And I would say it's not because I did something. You said it very well from a spiritual perspective, and I asked my dad this morning. And he said, you were just a catalyst. मेरे को बोला कि अभी जाती है actually. That's why I said it is. कि तो निमित्त, हम हर चीज़ का निमित्त होते हैं. We are blessed to be at the right place at the right time and be selected for something to happen. And through my journey, all the hardships, every single time when it was very difficult, and you're like, am I going to make it? It's that inner strength that stands with you. It's the inner strength that tells you you're doing the right thing. You have to keep going because you're here to represent that change. And I would say with a lot of humility that I'm very, very happy to where we brought the industry today. Alter was born to bridge diamond industry to the future. And Javar, which is how I pronounce it, was born from Javar, which is Jagannath. And now you can understand where the name came from. And Dad helped me actually coin this name about 5 years ago in 2020 on 31st December because I was struggling to find the name. And sometimes you go out looking for the world to find things, and you realize it's in who you are. And that's how Jawar was born.
So, Alter and Javar, they do same lineup or they do different lines?
So,
Why these two names?
So Alter, when Alter was born,
Alter is the diamond.
Alter is
Javar
the
is the jewel.
yes. So Alter so the two parts of the thought process was when Alter was born to represent change because Alter was leading a movement. The movement was educating the consumer about choice and letting them decide. So when somebody says Alter created diamonds, it's the diamonds that have represented change and helped the industry bridge to the future. So Alter was going that way. Alter was never supposed to be a consumer brand, which it ended up becoming. And some things just fall in place. When Jawar was born, my whole thought process was about value. There is this big thing about what are diamonds worth. And I would like to say this. People think diamonds are worth what you pay in the store. It's actually absolutely wrong. Diamonds realistically have only one value: emotion. The value of a diamond is what it represents. What you pay across the counter is transactional. If somebody asks me how much is a diamond, I would say $1. But how much is the diamond when it changes the hand? A diamond isn't, it captures a moment. A diamond is like a photograph. That when I give a diamond to somebody, if you give a diamond to your loved one, be it in any type of relationship, what it captures is that moment, and that moment is priceless. It's a father giving his daughter a gift when she is 16. And yes, for whatever he could afford, rich family or rich father will give a big gift. And somebody who has limited means will give a small gift, very small diamond or a gemstone. When she is 46, 30 years later, and she is a 16-year-old daughter, what is the value of that piece? Is it that 100 rupees or 1,000 rupees? Or is it her father's memory? That she tells her daughter that, when I was 16, this is what my father got me. He could only afford this much, but he still got me this. He remembered my birthday. And today she has everything in life, but she still wears that diamond. So the value is not what is on your credit card receipt. The value is emotional. The value is truly.
So whatever you just spoke in the last 2 hours or 3 hours now, we believe they say most of the things I've read in the books of Paramahansa, his books, his lessons, his autobiography, and so Steve Jobs got so much inspiration from the book autobiography. He read this book 40 times.
Yes.
And when people asked him why he read this 40 times, and when he was 19, he read for the first time, and he ensured that this book was given to everybody in the memorial services as his last gift to the world. When he was asked to go, why am I reading this book every year? He said, I found passion from this book. I found simplicity from this book. I found focus from this book. And I found intuition from this book. So he sounded crazy, he sounded, I would say, eccentric, he sounded, in many ways he sounded not very normal by a lot of people. But if you are not that eccentric, if you are not that passionate, if your life is not that simple, then it's not about this simple. Then you will create something called alter or zero.
Thank you, Janet. I have to say that every word you said just reflects you.
That's because it is teachings of Paramahansa. So I try to follow him. Thank you. It was such an amazing.
Thank you, Dr. Sir.
Yes, sir. And I'm sure a lot of people pull and put in their lives, and they will be changed forever. And those people who dare to dream, they will start walking on those dream lines after watching this episode.
Thank you. And I would say that don't stop daring to dream. Build up enough courage to walk your dream. Because if you will do that, then the dream will be a reality, not just a dream. And you will inspire others behind you So thank you, Dr. Sir, for the opportunity. You are the those exact last few lines I've said. So really, thank you.
Thank you for in my a record him, officially
ଆଗକୁ ଚାଲନ୍ତୁ ବାରିକେଡରେ ବାହାରକୁ ଚାଲନ୍ତୁ ଲୁହା ବାରିକେଡରେ ବାହାରକୁ ଚାଲନ୍ତୁ ଏଠି ଆମକୁ ସ୍ପେସ୍ ଦିଅନ୍ତୁ ଜାଗା ଦିଅନ୍ତୁ ଆପଣମାନେ ଆଗକୁ ଚାଲନ୍ତୁ ଜାଗା ଛାଡ଼ି ଦିଅନ୍ତୁ ଏଠି